Have you ever felt as though something magnificent was waiting just beyond your reach? A whisper of gold behind the veil, a promise that hovers in the quiet air before dawn. Many have felt it, a sense that life holds more, yet the more seems hidden behind a door no one has shown them how to open, and yet that door is not locked by the world. It opens only by the sound of your word. There is an invisible vault of wealth, a treasury so vast that no mind can measure it. It is not held in banks or guarded by mortal hands. It is the storehouse of divine substance, the infinite reserve of all good. Within this unseen realm, every provision already exists: radiant health, perfect opportunities, lavish abundance, joyous companionship. The vault is full, always full, eternally overflowing, and it waits not for your labor, but for your decree. Money, you see, is not earned, it is revealed. What the world calls earning is but the shadow of divine revelation. Wealth is already finished, already prepared, already written in the pattern of your spirit. But it lies dormant until your voice awakens it. Just as light responds to the command, "Let there be so," the invisible supply stirs when you speak your word in faith. Imagine now, with the eyes of the soul, a vault of pure gold standing before you. Its doors shimmer with celestial fire carved with symbols of divine promise. From within, a glow spills outward like sunlight through amber glass. The air hums with potential alive, with a living rhythm, the pulse of infinite supply. You feel that pulse quicken as you draw near. For this vault is not separate from you. It is your inheritance, the spiritual counterpart of your every righteous desire. And yet so many stand outside it whispering, "If only I could find the key." They toil, they strive, they chase opportunity after opportunity, not realizing that the vault cannot be forced open by effort. It listens only to the language of creation, the words spoken in faith, gratitude, and divine authority. It is already here, the heavens whisper. It is already here. But until that truth becomes your decree, it remains unseen. The law is simple. What you affirm, you activate. What you speak, you summon. The vault responds only to recognition, not desperation. Your spoken word is the key, the sacred vibration that aligns you with the infinite. Pause for a moment. Close your eyes. Breathe in the golden silence that surrounds you. Feel the presence of abundance closer than your breath, waiting for your voice to claim it. Let your spirit remember there is no lack in God, and therefore none in you. Have you ever noticed that when you speak of lack, more lack appears, and when you speak of plenty, doors seem to open with ease? This is no coincidence, it is divine law in action. The unseen realm mirrors your decree. Words are living messengers. They go forth and prepare the field of your experience. The ancients knew this truth. Florence, Scovel, Shinn called it the invisible supply. She taught that the spoken word releases the treasure already stored in the unseen. Your word is not a mere sound, it is the scepter of dominion, the instrument by which you rule your world. Picture the vault again. The golden doors glisten with divine light. You lift your voice and speak not from fear, but from knowing I open the vault of divine wealth with my words. The air shifts. A sound like music stirs in the silence. The vault responds. This is the holy moment when heaven meets earth, when the invisible becomes visible, when the spiritual becomes substance. It does not matter how long you have waited, how many years you have searched. The law does not delay. It only awaits your word. Perhaps you once believed that abundance was for others, that wealth required struggle, that some unseen force withheld it from you. But now you see the force that withheld was only the silence of unbelief. The moment you speak in divine faith, the door begins to move. Let the sound of your own voice be your prayer and your proclamation. Say softly, "The vault is open. My supply is flowing. It is already here." Feel the current of peace that follows. Feel how every cell in your being begins to relax into divine sufficiency. There is nothing to chase, nothing to prove, only the steady unveiling of what has always been yours. It is already here. The river of gold flows now through your life. Ideas become income, intuition becomes guidance. Doors open where walls once stood. You find yourself surrounded by opportunities that seem to shimmer into being as if by magic. But it is not magic. It is divine order responding to your voice. Remember this always. The vault is not above you, it is within you. Heaven's treasury is not in a faraway realm, but in the depths of your own spirit, waiting for expression through your word. So today, speak not of need, but of completion. Speak not of waiting, but of fulfillment. The vault of heaven stands open at the sound of your decree, and as you continue to speak from divine certainty, the visible world will rearrange itself to match your inner vision. Say it once more with faith. I open the vault of divine wealth with my words. It is already here. And so it is. Pause. Breathe. Let gratitude fill the silence that follows. Comment below. I open the vault of divine wealth with my words. Share this if your soul feels the truth awakening. The vault of heaven stands open to the voice of faith. And now we step deeper into the sacred mystery of the word itself. For the power that opens the vault, the energy that awakens substance from the invisible, is not outside you. It moves through your very speech. Florence Scovel Shinn said your word is your wand, and so it is. The universe listens not to your wishes, but to your words. Every word is a wand, sending out invisible rays that draw to you what you decree. Each phrase is a spell of creation, either weaving harmony or tangling shadow. You need not be a magician in robes. Your voice already carries that divine authority. Imagine yourself standing in the dawn light, holding a wand of clear crystal. With each word you speak, light flows from its tip, shaping, forming, commanding the unseen substance of the universe. Let there be, you say, and there is. I am provided for, and provision begins to move toward you. I am loved, and love reveals itself in faces and gestures all around. Yet many unknowingly use their wands in reverse. They speak of what they fear, and so they create more of it. A woman once came to Florence saying, "I never seem to keep money. It always slips away from me." Shinn looked at her with loving clarity and said, "Then your word has gone forth and cannot return void. You have decreed it so." The woman protested, "But I don't want it to slip away." And Florence replied, "Then withdraw your decree and speak the opposite. Say, money comes to me in perfect ways, and I hold it in divine wisdom." The woman began to change her words. She caught herself each time the old phrase tried to rise. She replaced complaint with command, and soon she found that her finances began to shift unexpected checks, new clients, forgotten refunds, all flowing back into her life. You see, the law does not discriminate. It simply fulfills the vibration of your word. Words are creative forces, not idle sounds. Every syllable sends a command into the unseen. Every statement writes a script for your experience. Consider this truth gently. You are living today within the world your words built yesterday. The stories you told about money, love, health, and destiny, those stories became walls or doorways. If your present feels narrow, you need not fight against the walls. Simply begin to speak new openings into being. A magician never doubts his wand. He knows that whatever he directs energy toward will respond. Likewise, your voice carries authority, for it echoes the divine word from which all things sprang. In the beginning was the Word. That word still reverberates through you. You are its echo, its continuation, its chosen expression. Pause and listen for a moment. The stillness around you is not empty, it is potential waiting for instruction. Your words are the brush strokes that paint upon that invisible canvas. Each declaration sends color into form. Each affirmation carves light into structure. Have you noticed how your body reacts to your speech? When you say, "I am tired," your body droops. When you say, "I am renewed," your energy begins to rise. So too with money, with love, with opportunity. Your words inform your cells, your surroundings, your future. There was once a man who constantly said, "I never have enough." He said it laughingly, almost as a habit. But that habit formed a chain. No matter how much he earned, he found himself short at the end of every month. Finally, he began to listen to his own speech. He realized he was commanding lack each time he spoke. So he changed his decree. Everything I need comes easily. I live in overflow. At first it felt false, but he persisted. He said it aloud every morning, every evening, and slowly the outer began to shift. Small bonuses, helpful strangers, discounts, reimbursements, all signs of the word returning fulfilled. Within months, he no longer never had enough. The law had answered. This is the turning point, the realization that guilt and fear dissolve the moment you recognize your authority. The past words no longer bind when you speak anew. You are not punished for your words. You are re-educated by them. The universe teaches through reflection. What you say is mirrored back to you until you speak the higher truth. So now imagine standing again before that invisible vault of wealth. In your hand, your word, the wand of creation. Feel its weight, its radiance. You lift it gently and say, "I now direct divine substance with wisdom and love. My words shape my world in beauty, harmony, and abundance." The air around you seems to shimmer. You can almost hear the invisible responding, the hum of alignment, the whisper of doors opening in distant corridors of time. You feel the thrill of command, not from ego, but from remembrance. You are remembering what it means to be a divine creator. Now reflect upon your daily speech. How often do you say, "I can't, it's hard, there's never enough, I'm so unlucky"? Each of these phrases sends a decree to the unseen world. But today, you may choose again. Replace them with "I can, because I am guided." It flows easily. There is always more than enough. I am divinely favored. This is not denial, it is redirection. You are not ignoring appearances, you are instructing them. The outer world is clay. Your word is the sculptor's hand. Florence once said that every negative word must be unsaid by its opposite. So if you have spoken lack, speak abundance. If you have spoken fear, speak faith. If you have spoken delay, speak immediate fulfillment. The law of words is balanced by forgiveness. To forgive is to re-speak truth. As you begin to use your word consciously, you will feel the shift within. The guilt that once clung to you begins to fall away. You realize that you were never wrong, you were merely unconscious. Now you are awake, and with awakening comes power. So speak gently but firmly to your world. I bless my finances. I bless my opportunities. I bless my every word. Feel the energy of those statements ripple outward, wrapping your life in invisible light. The universe listens and begins to rearrange itself. Imagine that with each declaration, streams of gold begin to flow towards you. They twist through unseen channels, ideas, people, chances, miracles, all responding to your voice. Your word has gone forth, and it cannot return void. When you speak from divine faith, your word becomes a wand of light that no darkness can resist. It goes before you, clearing obstacles, opening doors, multiplying resources. It is not magic, it is divine law. So now lift your voice softly and say, "My word shapes my world. My tongue is the wand of creation. I speak only life abundance in divine order." Breathe. Let the silence after the decree feel full alive, as if the universe itself were listening in reverence. This is the holy truth. You are never at the mercy of circumstance. You are the author of it, and each word you choose is a line in the story of your abundance. Pause now and let this truth settle deep into your spirit. Your word is your wand. Use it wisely, and the world will bend in beauty around you. Subscribe and affirm aloud, "My word shapes my world." Let's decree wealth together daily. There are two laws forever at work in the realm of speech, the law of lack and the law of declaration. Both are just, both are exact, and both respond instantly to the vibration of your word. One binds, one frees, one echoes fear, one echoes faith, and every moment of every day, you are standing in the courtroom of your own creation, giving verdicts through your tongue. The tongue is the judge. Every word is a verdict. You may not realize it, but each phrase you speak signs a spiritual document stamped and sealed by universal law. When you say, "I can't afford," that you legislate lack. When you say, "I am abundantly supplied," you legislate prosperity. The law is not sentimental. It merely carries out what you decree. It does not interpret, it fulfills. Imagine a great hall of light, an invisible courtroom of creation. Before you stands your own life, your finances, your health, your relationships waiting to hear your decree. You lift your voice and pronounce sentence upon yourself, and the universe obeys. If you speak limitation, the court affirms, so it is. If you speak abundance, the same voice echoes, so it is. One law binds, one law frees. In this divine court, there are no delays and no appeals. Every word you speak is filed in the archives of the unseen, and sooner or later, it must return as visible experience. You are both judge and witness to your own word. Consider a woman named Clara. For years, she said, "I'm just getting by." She said it softly without complaint, believing it to be humble truth. But her words were the bars of her own confinement. Life obeyed her decree. No matter how much she worked, her money vanished just before comfort arrived. One day, a friend gifted her a copy of The Game of Life and How to Play It. As she read, her heart stirred. Florence Scovel. Shinn's words pierced her like light. No man is a success until he is happy, and happiness begins with right words. Clara realized that every time she said, "I'm just getting by," she was writing that very sentence into her destiny. So she made a sacred decision. Each morning, she stood before her mirror and declared, "I am abundantly supplied. I live in divine overflow. My cup runneth over." At first, the words trembled fragile and uncertain. Her outer life did not yet reflect them, but she persisted. She spoke until her voice grew strong, until faith began to glow behind the syllables. Within weeks, a forgotten loan was repaid. A new opportunity opened. Her business began to expand without struggle. The world had not changed. Her word had. She had shifted from the law of lack to the law of declaration. One law binds, one law frees. Pause and reflect upon your own speech. Which law have you been invoking? Have you said, "Things never work out for me"? Then you've activated the law of lack. It obeys without judgment. Have you said, "Everything always works in my favor"? That's the law of declaration responding, preparing miracles in unseen ways. Florence taught that the law of lack is not a punishment, but a teacher. It reveals the power of your word by reflecting its shadow. Each moment of struggle is an invitation to speak differently, to shift your decree. Picture two great scrolls unfurled before you. The first bears the words of lack, fear, worry, doubt, complaint. The second shines with words of declaration, faith, gratitude, confidence, praise. You may write upon either scroll at any time. The pen is your tongue. One law binds, one law frees. When you say, "I never have enough," the law of lack records it and sets events in motion to match your word. It is efficient and immediate. You may not notice it at first, but soon your outer life reflects the shortage your tongue has proclaimed. Yet when you say, "All that is mine by divine right now comes to me in perfect ways," the law of declaration awakens. Angels of provision move silently through your affairs, arranging divine appointments, releasing withheld supply, guiding your steps to prosperity. Every word is a law. Pause after that. Feel the weight of it. Every word is a law. That means there are no idle phrases, no harmless jokes about poverty, no innocent complaints. Each syllable carries creative voltage. Each thought wrapped in speech becomes form. This is why the wise speak slowly and listen deeply. They know that the universe takes them at their word. The law of lack says, "I must mirror the fear you affirm." The law of declaration says, "I must manifest the faith you affirm." There is no conflict between them, they simply obey. You are the chooser. Imagine now standing once again in that courtroom of light. You hold in your hand the scepter of speech. The two laws stand before you, lack on the left, declaration on the right. Lack bows to fear. Declaration bows to faith. Which law will you invoke? You lift your chin, breathe deeply, and speak, "I am under the law of declaration. I decree abundance, harmony, and divine order. I am free." In that instant, unseen currents begin to move. The law of declaration rises in radiant splendor, surrounding you with light. The law of lack bows and withdraws, for it can no longer operate where faith has spoken. Your life begins to shift. You notice new ease where there was strain, new grace where there was waiting. It is not that the world has suddenly changed. It is that you have. You have chosen your law. Florence once said, "A person's word is his wand filled with magic and power." To speak under the law of lack is to use that wand against oneself. To speak under the law of declaration is to wave it toward heaven and watch miracles descend. The universe loves precision. When you say, "I want money," it replies, "Then you shall keep wanting." But when you say, "Money comes to me freely and abundantly now," it replies, "So it is." The difference lies in decree. Wanting implies absence. Declaration affirms presence. Let that sink deeply. You must declare as though it already is, for in truth, it already is. The vault of heaven never closes. It waits for command. Each time you declare abundance, you swing open its golden doors anew. Each time you declare lack, you close them with your own hand. But the grace of divine law is infinite. The doors will open again the moment you speak faith. You can never lock yourself out forever. The law waits lovingly for your next word. So if you have spoken lack in the past, do not despair. Simply withdraw your verdict and issue a new one. Say aloud, I now release the law of lack. I revoke every decree of limitation. I stand under the law of declaration, where all good is mine by divine right. Feel the energy shift as you say it. Feel the courtroom of your being fill with light. The records of lack dissolve, replaced by new scrolls inscribed with radiant words. You are no longer a victim of your speech. You are the legislator of it. One law binds, one law frees, one law mirrors fear, one law magnifies faith. Every word is a law. Now as you move through your day, listen to your words as a priest listens to prayers. Speak only that which you wish written in your life. Declare daily, I am under the law of declaration. I decree divine wealth, divine peace, divine fulfillment. Every word I speak is creative, and I speak only good. And soon the reflection will come. The invisible courtroom will rule in your favor, for you have spoken truth into law. Remember this sacred rhythm thought conceives. Word decrees. Law fulfills. You are not waiting for wealth, it is waiting for your decree. You are not begging for supply, you are commanding divine order to reveal it. And as you continue to speak from the law of declaration, you will find that even the echoes of old lack fade away. The world itself will begin to speak back to you in abundance, echoing the faith of your own voice. Pause once more, breathe deeply, and say aloud with conviction, I am under the law of declaration. I am abundantly supplied. I am free. Let those words settle like seeds in the soil of your spirit, for they are living words, and they will return as a harvest of visible good. One law binds, one law frees. Choose your word, and thereby your world. There comes a moment on every soul's journey when truth pierces the veil of habit, and one sees, perhaps for the first time, that poverty is not a condition, it is a contract. It is not written in the stars nor ordained by destiny. It is an agreement silently signed by speech, belief, and repetition. And every contract can be broken. Many souls were born into the language of limitation. From childhood, they heard, we can't afford it. Money doesn't grow on trees, you have to struggle to survive. These phrases entered the mind like clauses in a hidden covenant, vows made without consent. Yet words once spoken bind until they are revoked. And so the spirit, radiant and infinite, becomes entangled in a paper-thin illusion of lack. But take heart, divine law knows no permanent bondage. For just as words can bind, words can free. A contract made by voice can only be dissolved by voice. That is why the act of renunciation is sacred. It is not mere affirmation, it is divine litigation. It is the soul standing before the court of heaven and declaring this agreement no longer serves the light. Imagine now within your inner temple a long table of celestial marble. Upon it lie stacks of old parchments, each one inscribed with phrases once spoken in ignorance. Some say, I'll never get ahead. Others read, I'm not lucky with money, or people like me just have to work harder. These are the contracts of poverty, written by vibration, witnessed by emotion, sealed by repetition. You walk to the table. In your hand glows the pen of divine authority, your word renewed by faith. You look upon these parchments not with shame, but with compassion. For every vow of lack was born from misunderstanding, from fear that forgot its source. You whisper gently, I forgive these words. I release these vows. I revoke every agreement with poverty now. And as you speak, a light begins to shimmer across the pages. The words fade, turning into streams of golden dust. The old covenants dissolve into nothingness. The chains of invisible bondage fall away with a soft sound like silk tearing in the wind. Your voice continues stronger now. I cancel every vow of lack, every agreement with limitation, every alliance with fear. I align myself with divine abundance, which is my rightful inheritance. I am free. Pause. Breathe. Feel what happens in the silence that follows. Something within you expands. The heart feels lighter, as if an unseen weight has lifted, for it has. The subconscious, once bound by words of struggle, now receives a new decree: you are supplied. Florence, Scovel. Shinn often said, man must make his word flesh. When you declare release, the word begins to manifest as freedom in your life. Suddenly, opportunities appear that were always there, but unseen. Ideas quicken. The body feels renewed. The mind becomes clear and expectant. You begin to see that what you once called poverty was only a spell of forgetfulness, a hypnotic trance of inherited thought. Breaking the contract of poverty is awakening from that trance. It is remembering your divinity. Perhaps you grew up in a home where money was always a worry. You heard the sighs of parents counting bills, the tension in voices, the belief that abundance belonged to others. Those vibrations impressed themselves upon your tender consciousness. Without realizing it, you joined in that family covenant of lack. But you are not bound to it forever. Right now, you may speak words your ancestors never dared to speak. You can open doors they did not know existed. You can redeem the lineage by declaring, I am the one who ends the vow of lack in my family. I am the voice of divine abundance reborn. And as you do, the blessings hidden for generations begin to flow through you. You become the channel through which divine wealth blesses all who came before and all who will come after. Feel this truth. Every phrase of lack you once spoke was not a sin, but a signal, a call to awaken. Now that you have answered those signals, dissolve. You no longer repeat the words, I can't afford it. Instead, you say, if it is mine by divine right the way is made. You no longer say, money is hard to earn. You declare money is divine substance flowing freely and joyously into my life. You have moved from unconscious contract to conscious covenant. The new covenant is with abundance, and its clauses are written in love. I am one with infinite supply. Divine substance is always finding perfect channels to bless me. I live in effortless prosperity. I am supported, guided, and provided for at all times. Each of these phrases seals the new agreement. They are not hopes, they are spiritual facts being spoken into form. Close your eyes for a moment. Visualize the new parchment being unfurled before you. Its surface gleams with golden light. Upon it, the angels of supply are waiting for your word. You speak clearly without hesitation. I enter a new covenant of wealth written by divine law and sealed by faith. I no longer labor under the shadow of lack. I live under the sunlight of infinite provision. All that I need and desire flows to me now. As you speak, golden script writes itself upon the parchment. The letters shimmer alive with divine energy. A wind of light sweeps through the room of your spirit. The vault of heaven opens wider as if welcoming your decree. This is not imagination, it is operation. You are working in the unseen workshop of the universe where word becomes form. Now breathe deeply and affirm once more, I cancel every vow of lack. I align with wealth. The old contracts are null and void. I am free. And so it is. From this moment forward, listen to yourself gently. Whenever the old phrases try to return, whenever you are tempted to say, I can't, I'm broke, that's too expensive, pause. Remember the covenant you've written. Correct the record. Speak only as one who knows. The vault of heaven is open and my supply is assured. Each time you speak thus, you reinforce your freedom. You are training your subconscious to hold the vibration of plenty. You are re-educating your world to serve divine law. This is not a one-time ritual, but a continual remembrance. Breaking the contract of poverty is the beginning. Living in divine covenant is the continuation. And each word you speak henceforth is a line in the living testament of your prosperity. Say now with gratitude and finality, contract broken, abundance flows. Feel the echo. Feel the expansion. You have spoken truth into law, and law responds unfailingly. The unseen scrolls of heaven record your decree. The vibration of lack is dissolved, and the symphony of abundance begins to play in your life. The vault of divine wealth stands open. The contract is broken. The river flows, and so it is. If this release felt powerful, share your freedom below. Speak it aloud. Contract broken, abundance flows. You have broken the old contract. The papers of poverty have turned to light, and now comes the remembrance of who you truly are. For beneath all striving, beneath all fear, beneath every story of not enough, there has always been a divine identity waiting to be spoken aloud. You are not a beggar at the gates of heaven. You are an heir to its entire kingdom. Florence, Scovel. Shinn said, man cannot receive anything unless he knows it is his. The universe mirrors ownership of spirit, not the hunger of desire. When you know who you are, life cannot help but bow to that knowing, for heaven recognizes its own. Imagine for a moment a young prince exiled in a distant land. From childhood, he was told he was poor, that he must labor endlessly to earn what others inherited freely. He grew accustomed to rags, to scraps, to the heavy sigh of someday. Yet deep within, there was a whisper, a remembrance of silk, of laughter, of radiant halls filled with song. One night, he heard a voice in a dream. Speak your name and remember who you are. When he awoke, he stood before a mirror of still water and said softly, I am the son of the king. The moment he spoke, the illusion shattered. The walls of poverty dissolved. His garments changed. The palace gates swung open in his mind, and his inheritance rushed to meet him. This story is your story. For too long, you may have lived as the prince in exile, forgetting your spiritual lineage. You were taught to earn when you were born to inherit. You were taught to plead when you were born to declare. But the law of divine supply recognizes only the voice of the air. The beggar's plea vibrates at the level of want, and so want returns. The air's decree vibrates at the level of ownership, and so abundance appears. Say it now softly, but surely I am heir to divine wealth. I do not beg, I declare. You will feel a shift within. It is subtle at first, but it grows the sensation of standing taller in spirit, of remembering something ancient and true. This is your real birthright, not the striving of matter, but the mastery of spirit. The treasury of heaven bears your name. Every form of good money, health, opportunity, love already belongs to you by right of divine inheritance. You do not need to earn it, you only need to claim it. An heir does not ask permission to receive his inheritance. He stands before the vault with certainty, knowing it was prepared for him before he was born. And so must you. Say it aloud, I claim my inheritance of abundance. It is written in divine law. It cannot be denied. I am heir to infinite supply. Pause and feel what stirs in your heart. Do you feel a quiet power awakening, a deep calm replacing old anxiety that is the vibration of divine identity returning? The false self, the struggler, the worrier, the debtor, was never who you were. Those were only costumes worn in the play of awakening. You are the child of the infinite, clothed in radiance, endowed with authority. When Florence Scovel Shinn spoke of God's rich gifts, she meant this, that every soul, by virtue of its divine origin, is heir to every good thing. No circumstance, no mistake, no delay can disinherit you. The vault remains open, the nameplate gleaming with your own vibration. Look inward now and see yourself in the great treasury of heaven. The floors are paved with light, the air hums with living gold. Angels move silently through corridors of luminous supply. Upon a vast table lies your inheritance, every resource, every opportunity, every joy prepared for you. On each gift is inscribed your spiritual name. You reach out and touch one of them, a symbol of the abundance now flowing into your life. As you claim it, you do not feel greed or guilt. You feel gratitude. You know it is yours, not because you took it, but because it was always meant for you. The heir does not compete. The heir does not worry that others will be deprived. The heir knows the treasury is infinite. As one receives, all are enriched. This is divine economy, the wealth that multiplies through joy and circulation. You may now say with confidence, I am not a worker for divine supply. I am the heir of it. I do not chase, I attract. I do not labor in fear, I receive in faith. The world will test this knowing. It will whisper, but look at your bills, look at your bank balance. When that moment comes, smile gently and reply, appearances are but the echo of old words. My inheritance is unfolding now. I live by divine law, not by appearances. This is the faith of an heir, the quiet certainty that what is unseen will soon be seen. Florence once wrote, the game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy. When you speak as an heir, the boomerang of abundance must return. When you act as one already provided for, provision rushes to confirm it. Begin to walk, speak, and choose as a royal being of light. Carry yourself with the grace of sufficiency. When you spend, do so with joy, knowing it multiplies. When you receive, do so with gratitude, knowing it expands. Every gesture is a royal decree. And remember, an heir does not ask, will I have enough? An heir says, I am supplied. Let these words be your scepter of command. I am heir to divine wealth. The vault of heaven belongs to me. Every good thing I desire is already mine by divine right. Repeat it until it feels like breathing. Let it echo through your thoughts, your actions, your choices. Soon you will find that doors open before you not through effort, but through resonance. For when the heir awakens, the universe rearranges itself to reflect royal truth. Opportunities appear without struggle. Right people, right timing, right resources all align to your vibration of certainty. You begin to live not from reaction, but from decree. At this moment, your past identity falls away like a worn cloak. The struggle, the doubt, the scarcity mindset, all of it dissolves in the golden fire of remembrance. You have spoken your true name, and the heavens recognize you. Now stand tall in spirit. Place your hand upon your heart and affirm, I am the heir of infinite supply. I walk in divine authority. I receive with grace. I give with joy. My life is proof of God's endless wealth. Let your heart answer back, and so it is. In this vibration, fear cannot survive. In this remembrance, nothing can be withheld. You have come home not to a palace of gold, but to the consciousness of abundance that created gold itself. The heir does not ask. The heir declares. The heir remembers that supply is not earned, it is inherited. And now, as soft light fills the closing moment of this part of your journey, feel the words rise within you like a sacred chant. I am the heir. I am the heir. I am the heir. Every repetition engraves truth deeper into your being. Every breath draws the unseen wealth nearer into form. The vault of divine abundance stands open, the river flows, and your rightful inheritance pours through every avenue of your life. So it is, so it has always been, so it shall continue, forever unfolding. Declare your divine name of abundance in the comments, I am the heir of infinite supply. Every law of life breathes. There is an inhale, a pause, an exhale, and a rest. Prosperity itself moves by this rhythm, not a straight line, but a cycle that repeats. Those who understand this flow no longer chase wealth. They breathe it into being. Every creation in spirit follows this same fourfold formula. Declare rest. Obey, receive. Declaration is the inhale, the conscious act of drawing divine substance into form through word. Rest is the pause, the trust that what was spoken is already moving. Obedience is the exhale acting on divine direction with precision and joy. Receiving is the rest, the stillness that allows manifestation to appear. Let us move through them slowly as though walking through a sacred garden step by step. To declare is to name what is unseen. When you declare, you do not describe the lack, you summon the form. A true declaration does not plead. It stands as law. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Your word is your wand." The word shapes the unseen matter of your world. To declare is to hold the wand and command with love. A woman once told me she was always hoping for more money. I asked her what she had actually declared. She paused. She had only hoped. Hope, though tender, is not command. She shifted her language. Every morning she wrote, I declare divine income of $5,000 arrives easily and joyfully this month. 2 weeks later, an old client resurfaced ready to pay her exactly that amount for a project left unfinished years ago. She smiled and said it was waiting for me to give it a name. That is the power of declaration. Your word is the mold into which substance pours. If the mold is vague, the manifestation will be scattered. But if your word is specific and confident, heaven rushes to fill it. Affirm with me now, I declare divine wealth flows to me now. My word is law, and my law is abundance. Then comes the second movement, rest. The pause after the inhale. The holy moment of trust. When you have declared, you must rest your mind. Many declare, but never rest. They pull up the seed to check if it's growing. True rest is inner stillness, not laziness, but sacred confidence. Imagine a farmer planting seeds. She covers the soil, waters it, and goes about her day. She does not stare at the ground and worry. She knows life is working invisibly. The same law governs your prosperity. After you declare, you must rest in assurance that divine intelligence knows how to deliver what you have ordered. There is a woman named Leela who used this second principle. She had declared a large contract for her small design studio. The next week, the client who had promised to respond went silent. Her mind began to race. What if they changed their mind? But instead of spiraling, she said aloud, "I rest in divine timing. My good is secure." She turned off her phone, went for a long walk, and decided to paint that afternoon. Within hours, a message arrived. The client had simply been traveling, and they signed the contract that evening. Rest is trust in motion. It signals to the universe that you believe your word has been heard. When you rest, you move from anxiety to alignment, from forcing to flowing. Affirm, "I rest in divine confidence. What I have declared is already complete." Now the third movement, obedience. This is the exhale. To obey is to act on divine impulse without argument. Many speak affirmations, but ignore the small inner nudges that lead to their fulfillment. Spirit delivers through channels, and obedience opens those channels. A man named Jonathan once declared that he would receive $10,000 for his new business. For several days, nothing seemed to move. Then one morning, he felt a quiet urge to call a former colleague. It's been years, he thought, why would I bother him now? But the prompting persisted. He called. The colleague said, "Funny timing. I was just looking for someone to partner with on a contract worth about $20,000. Jonathan's obedience doubled his declaration. Obedience is not blind submission, it is divine intelligence expressing through intuition. Every whisper, every inner tug, every subtle feeling can be a piece of the answer you've already requested. The universe responds to action, aligned with faith. Affirm, "I hear divine direction clearly, and I move with joy." My obedience completes my declaration. Finally, the fourth movement, receiving. The rest after the exhale. Receiving seems effortless, but it requires readiness. Many declare and even act, but when the blessing appears, they shrink back. Can I accept this? Am I worthy? The law of manifestation demands your willingness to receive as fully as you asked. Receiving is grace in motion, allowing abundance to arrive without guilt, without apology. A teacher once said, "When you refuse a blessing, you stop its circulation." Wealth is not a reward for effort, but a natural outflow of divine order. There was a woman named Maria who had affirmed prosperity for months. When a friend offered her an unexpected investment, she almost declined, saying, "Oh no, I couldn't accept that." Then she remembered the fourth law, receive. She smiled and said instead, "Thank you. I receive with gratitude." That investment became the seed of her thriving business. Receiving is saying yes. It's the open hand after the closed fist of effort. It's peace after faith, the calm after the storm. Affirm, "I receive divine wealth easily and freely." I open my hands and abundance fills them. When you combine these four, you are breathing with divine rhythm. Declare, inhale faith. Rest, hold still in trust. Obey, exhale inspired action. Receive rest again in gratitude. This cycle repeats endlessly. Every manifestation, every answered prayer follows this same current. The mind that learns to live in this breathing knows no lack. It no longer chases, it creates. You do not need to force outcomes, only stay in the cycle. Speak the word, rest in trust, act on guidance, receive in joy. When something seems delayed, ask yourself which part of the breath you're resisting. Have you declared with clarity? Have you rested in faith? Or are you still worrying the soil? Have you obeyed the small prompt that seems too simple to matter? Have you opened your heart to receive what you asked for? A woman once described her financial journey as holding her breath. She was declaring constantly, but never resting. When she learned this rhythm, she said it felt like breathing again. Within weeks, the pressure dissolved, new clients' checks in the mail, ideas that brought ease instead of strain. She had not earned more by effort, she had flowed more by rhythm. Wealth is not manufactured, it's breathed into visibility. The divine substance around you is responsive to rhythm, not rush. When you live this fourfold formula, you live as co-creator, not as beggar. Affirm once more slowly, I declare with faith, I rest with trust. I obey with joy. I receive with gratitude. I live in the rhythm of divine wealth. If you could see your manifestation as breath, you would never struggle again. You would know when to inhale and when to release, when to hold still and when to act. The rhythm itself becomes prayer. And within that prayer, everything you desire is already circulating towards you. So breathe and write in the comments which step you're mastering now. Declare rest, obey, or receive. Sound is the oldest language of creation. Before anything was seen, it was spoken. Every word is a vibration, and every vibration carries design. When you speak, you are tuning the air around you to the frequency of your belief. Matter listens. Energy bends. The entire field rearranges to match the tone you hold. This is not poetry, it is law. In the invisible architecture of the universe, sound precedes sight. A violin string vibrates and air particles begin to move. That movement creates form. Form creates experience. The same happens when you speak of wealth, health, or love. Your words send out waves that find their own echoes. Think of two tuning forks. Strike one and the other begins to hum, even if it hasn't been touched. They share resonance. When you speak words of divine prosperity, you are striking the tuning fork of the universe. Invisible frequencies begin to match your vibration. People's circumstances and opportunities, those are just the physical forks vibrating in harmony with your sound. If you murmur worry, you call worry to you. If you speak faith, you call faith. This is why Shinn taught the science of the spoken word. Your words are not idle breath. They are blueprints made of sound. A man named Elias once practiced affirmations, but he spoke them in a tone of doubt. I guess money comes easily, he would mumble, glancing at the clock. Nothing changed. Then one morning he shifted. He stood tall, took a deep breath, and declared with conviction, money flows to me freely. Divine supply is my inheritance. His voice rang differently. He said it again and again until he could feel the vibration of certainty. Within a week, a job offer came that doubled his income. The sound had finally matched the faith. Words are vibrations that gather particles of reality. Every syllable has weight. When you speak, you are writing invisible code in the air. The vibration of I can't pushes away creation. The vibration of I am magnetizes it. A mystic once said, the word becomes flesh. Science agrees more than it realizes. Sound waves can move matter. They can shape sand into patterns on a vibrating plate, lift particles in the air, even affect the growth of cells. If sound can organize dust, it can organize dollars. You are a living instrument. Your vocal cords are strings. Your breath is wind. Your heart is the drum. The wealth you seek already hums in a frequency near you. Your job is to match it through word and feeling. To tune your field, begin each morning with words that vibrate higher than circumstance. Don't just say them, feel them. Feel the warmth in your chest as you speak. Imagine golden light forming around your words, swirling through your room like gentle sparks. Each phrase you speak sends particles into formation. Say quietly within yourself, "My words vibrate with divine wealth." Every tone I speak aligns me with abundance. The tone matters. The emotion behind the sound is the fuel. Speak softly, but with authority, as though every syllable is a key unlocking the door. Whispering fear keeps the door closed. Declaring truth opens it wide. There was a woman who recorded her affirmations in her own voice phrases like, "I live in constant supply. Every sound I make sings prosperity." She played them as she slept. In the morning, she said her home felt different. It was as if the air itself carried music. Within days, a neighbor she hadn't spoken to in months offered her a creative collaboration that brought new income. The environment had shifted through sound. This is not superstition. It is resonance. Every thought generates a frequency, but a spoken thought carries more energy. It rides the vibration of breath. When you say, "I am wealthy," the sound carries faith into the atoms of your world. Words of fear are noise. Words of faith are music. One scatters, the other builds. So before you speak, listen to the tone of your own voice. Does it tremble with uncertainty, or does it ring with calm power? Your world will echo what you sound like. Imagine your declaration as a ripple in still water. The first circle is your word. The next circles are opportunities, meetings, ideas, and unexpected channels. The vibration expands until it returns as manifestation. If you want greater waves, speak with greater faith. Many ask why they must speak aloud. Why not just think positively? Because thought is silent vibration, but word is amplified energy. The spoken word stamps thought into matter. It is the bridge between imagination and form. Affirm again with awareness of your tone. My words carry light. My voice shapes wealth. Every sound I release is divine command. Pause for a moment and sense how your body feels after speaking that. Perhaps there is warmth in your chest, a subtle hum in your throat, a calm knowing that something has already moved. That is resonance, the field adjusting to your vibration. When your words are aligned, you no longer chase outcomes. You speak and allow the sound to travel. You do not rush to see results. You trust that the echo is returning. Sound never vanishes. It travels until it finds a surface to reflect from. Your spoken prosperity always returns amplified. Be mindful of conversation. Each casual word carries power. Replace complaint with command. Turn worry into declaration. Instead of saying, "I can't afford that," say, "Divine supply is arranging that for me." This shifts your vibration instantly. Life is an orchestra. The divine conductor listens for faith's music. When your word matches that rhythm, everything around you begins to play in tune. People appear, doors open, and timing synchronizes. Speak as one who knows. Speak as creator, not as beggar. Let every sentence become an instrument of order. Affirm once more. My words vibrate with divine wealth. My voice is a tuning fork for abundance. Now breathe and sense the still hum in the room. That hum is the beginning of manifestation, the silent resonance that follows sound. Share if you can feel the vibration. Faith is not a single spark. It is a rhythm, a heartbeat that never stops beating once it begins. Many people believe that faith is an event, a moment of emotional intensity when they declare their desires. But true faith is not one declaration. It is the steady drum that keeps the whole manifestation alive. Think of it this way: a drummer doesn't strike the drum once and call it music. The beauty comes through repetition, through the continuous pulse that carries the song forward. Manifestation moves the same way. Every day, your thoughts, words, and emotions form the rhythm of your faith. When the rhythm stays strong, the song of prosperity plays clearly in your life. There was a man who began his mornings with the same simple phrase, "Everything I need is flowing to me now." At first, it felt mechanical. He spoke it half-heartedly, unsure if it made any difference, but he kept the rhythm every morning before his feet touched the floor. Weeks passed, and the words began to sink deeper. He found himself calmer, more open. Then opportunities that once passed him by began to call his name. What had changed? The rhythm. His faith had stopped being an isolated event. It had become a steady pulse that shaped his reality. Faith is rhythm. Doubt is interruption. You don't have to be loud or dramatic. You just have to keep time. When you say, "I am provided for day after day," your subconscious begins to dance to that beat. Old fears dissolve. The energy of your world organizes around your steady belief. A heartbeat never questions whether it should continue, it simply beats. Let your faith be that natural. Don't wait for inspiration. Practice constancy. Every repetition strengthens the signal you're sending to divine substance. There was a woman who longed for stability after years of struggle. She began each morning with the words, "I live in divine rhythm. I am provided for in perfect timing." Every night she whispered, "Thank you, divine source, for today's provision." She did this not as ritual, but as music. Within months, her entire life synchronized: a new job, steady income, peaceful sleep. She said, "It felt like life started keeping tempo with me." Faith is the sound the universe recognizes. When you stop speaking faith, the rhythm falters, and so does the music of your manifestation. But when you keep the beat even softly, you stay tuned to divine order. You might miss a morning or feel discouraged, but the rhythm never leaves you. You can always pick up the drum again. It's not about perfection, it's about persistence. A single offbeat doesn't ruin the song, it just reminds you to find the pulse again. Say it now gently but with conviction. Every morning, I decree divine wealth. Every night, I give thanks. My faith moves in perfect rhythm. Your subconscious mind learns through repetition. Each declaration is a drumbeat teaching it what to believe. After enough rhythm, the mind stops resisting and begins creating automatically. This is why daily affirmations are sacred. They don't just convince your conscious mind, they reprogram your inner frequency. Faith also has rests, just like music. There are silent measures where nothing seems to happen, but the rhythm continues beneath the surface. When manifestation feels delayed, it isn't absence, it's the pause between beats. Trust those pauses. The rhythm is still alive. A man once said to me, "I declared abundance for 3 days and nothing happened." I smiled and said, "You tried to play a symphony with 3 notes. Faith is not trial, it is tempo." The law of rhythm rewards consistency more than intensity. Affirm again, "I stay in the rhythm of divine faith. My belief is steady, my supply is sure." Imagine your life as a song of wealth and peace. Each time you speak faith, you add another instrument: gratitude, clarity, confidence. The music grows fuller. When you wake, the first beat is gratitude. When you work, the rhythm continues as excellence. When you rest, faith hums quietly through your dreams. Don't rush the tempo. Let the rhythm breathe. Each moment of trust is a measure of divine timing. When you move too fast, you lose harmony. When you align with rhythm, even delays feel musical. You can live by this rhythm. It becomes your natural state. Every inhale can be declaration. Every exhale, thanksgiving. That is the eternal song of manifestation. Say this softly. Faith is my rhythm. I breathe in promise. I breathe out praise. My wealth grows to the beat of divine order. Notice how peace settles as you repeat that. That peace is the rhythm aligning within you. Faith isn't loud, but it's constant. It's not emotional, but it's powerful. It doesn't rush, it remembers. Every day, your steady declarations write the score of your prosperity. Comment below, I live in divine rhythm. And as you do know that heaven keeps time with you. Bot 2. Shinn said, fear is the shadow that moves silently behind every dream. It doesn't shout, it whispers. It waits for the moment you declare abundance, then murmurs, what if it doesn't happen? Fear is subtle. It hides in logic, in hesitation, in the polite doubt that says, let's be realistic. But fear is not realism. It is amnesia. It makes you forget that divine law is absolute. Fear has one power, only your agreement. When you stop agreeing, it loses its form. It disappears the way a shadow disappears when you turn on the light. The moment you speak truth aloud, fear's hold breaks. That is why the unspoken fear is dangerous. It feeds on silence. A woman once told me she was affirming prosperity every day, but something still felt heavy. Her words were right, but her inner voice whispered, you're pretending. I asked her to speak that fear out loud. She hesitated, then said softly, I'm afraid I'll fail again. As soon as she said it, tears came, then laughter. That's all it was, she asked. Fear cannot survive exposure. Once named, it dissolves. Within a month, her new business began to prosper. Fear is the shadow, but love is the light. You don't fight the shadow, you turn toward love. Love is not just sentiment, it is divine truth. When you declare, I am loved, I am provided for you, align with reality. Fear becomes an illusion trying to convince you otherwise. A man once described fear as a fog. He said, when I was broke, I felt like I was walking in fog. I couldn't see opportunities, even when they were right there. Then one day he heard a simple phrase, perfect love casts out fear. He began to repeat, I am loved. I am safe. I am supplied. He said it while walking, while cooking, while driving. After 2 weeks, the fog lifted. He started seeing chances he had ignored before, partnership solutions, unexpected resources. The opportunities hadn't appeared. He had simply begun to see again. Fear shrinks perception. Love expands it. That is why courage is not the absence of fear. It is remembering love when fear tries to speak. If you listen closely, fear often uses your own voice. It says, you're not ready. You failed before. You don't deserve this. Those are lies disguised as reason. You must answer them aloud. Say, fear, you have no voice here. When you answer, the authority of truth reclaims your inner world. Let's practice it together. Whisper softly, fear, you have no voice here. Love commands my wealth. Truth rules my life. Do you feel how the air shifts when you speak that? That's not imagination, that's energy clearing. Spoken truth rearranges the atmosphere. There was a young artist who longed to live from her work, but felt constant panic about money. Every time she tried to promote her art, her heart raced, her hands trembled. One night, she sat before her canvas and said aloud, I am not afraid anymore. Money is not my master. I am guided and my art prospers. She painted while repeating it. Within days, a local gallery contacted her unexpectedly. Her art was featured. Her income grew. When asked what changed, she said, "I stopped letting fear paint with me." Fear sabotages silently. It interrupts the rhythm of faith, chokes the flow of creativity, and disguises itself as prudence. But prudence born of fear is paralysis. Prudence born of faith is wisdom. The difference is energy. One contracts, the other expands. The cure for fear is always declaration. Speak truth louder than the whisper. Do not analyze fear, declare over it. When fear says it's too late, answer. Divine timing is perfect. When fear says you can't answer, through divine power all is possible. You will feel the shift. The body calms, the breath deepens, and peace enters like sunlight through open blinds. Say again slowly, "I fear nothing. Love commands my wealth." Let that settle. You may feel a quiet relief, even tears that's release. Fear leaves through recognition. Every layer that falls away reveals more of your true self, confident, peaceful, divinely provided for. There was once a teacher who said, "Fear knocked." Faith answered. No one was there. Remember this each time anxiety stirs. It's only a knock. Don't open the door with worry. Open it with faith. Sometimes fear hides inside urgency. I must make this happen now. That pressure is disbelief disguised as ambition. Divine timing needs no panic. When you trust, you move calmly and efficiently. Fear rushes, faith flows. Affirm once more, "I am fearless." Love orders my steps. Wealth flows in peace. Fear often returns in disguise, distraction, procrastination, self-criticism. When you notice these forms, smile gently and say, "Ah, shadow, I see you." Awareness itself is victory. You don't need to struggle, just bring light. Imagine standing in sunlight. You can see your shadow on the ground, but it cannot touch you. That's how fear behaves once you've recognized your divine source. It may appear, but it no longer governs you. So when the old doubts whisper, stand tall and answer aloud. Fear, you have no voice here. Each time you do, your energy strengthens, your environment shifts, and your prosperity flows unobstructed. Notice the peace returning now, the stillness after the storm. That calm is not emptiness, it's power reclaimed. Speak this final truth and feel it anchor in your being. Love is my law. Fear is silence. I walk in peace and abundance walks with me. Fear was never your enemy. It was simply the absence of light. You have spoken light now. Rest in the calm that follows truth. Clarity is the language the universe understands. Specificity is its syntax. Divine law cannot deliver what you do not define. A vague order receives a vague result, but a clear declaration summons precision. When you name what you desire, you give creation an address to deliver it to. Imagine sending a letter that says, "To somewhere nice." It will never arrive. But when you write the address in full, the letter finds its destination. The same law governs manifestation. When you say, "I just want more money," the universe shrugs. How much? When? For what purpose? The law requires direction. Specificity is not control, it is cooperation. You are not dictating how it happens. You are defining what you are ready to receive. You are giving divine intelligence the blueprint. The clearer the vision, the cleaner the construction. There was a listener who once heard this teaching and decided to try it. She wrote on a small card, "I call $10,000 to me with ease before November 30th. She didn't know how it would come. She simply declared the number, the intention, and the ease. For weeks, she held that card each morning, repeating her words with calm faith. Then, unexpectedly, an old insurance policy she had forgotten was processed. A refund of just over $10,000 arrived. She laughed. It had been waiting for me to call it by name. When you specify, you magnetize. Ambiguity scatters energy, precision focuses it. You are not demanding, you are naming your desire so the law can move efficiently. Some fear that being specific limits the divine. It does not. You can always say this or something better. Specificity is the seed. Divine intelligence provides the harvest. Without a seed, the field remains empty. A man once told me he was tired of general affirmations. He had said for years, "I'm prosperous," yet his finances wavered. I asked, "What does prosperity look like to you?" He thought for a moment, then replied, "Consistent income of $7,000 per month from joyful work." That day, he began declaring that exact phrase. Within 6 weeks, he received an offer for a new role that matched it almost to the dollar. He smiled. It felt like the universe finally understood what I meant. That is the law of clarity in motion. Affirm softly now. I declare my good with precision. Divine order fulfills every detail with ease. There is power in writing what you declare. When you put numbers and dates on paper, you give invisible energy visible form. You draw the unseen into geometry, into structure. Writing is crystallized thought. Try this simple practice. Write, "I receive $1,000 with divine ease before I'll." Don't overthink it. Choose an amount that feels expansive but believable. Let your heart feel the joy of already having it. Then each day, read it aloud as though confirming delivery. Clarity also removes fear. Uncertainty breeds anxiety, but when you specify, your mind rests. You know what you are calling, and so you stop wandering. There was a teacher who compared specificity to drawing a map. If you don't mark your destination, he said, how will you know when you've arrived? Many people manifest continually, but don't recognize it because they never define success. When you name your goal, you notice its arrival. Gratitude becomes immediate, not accidental. Be specific not only with money, but with experience. Instead of saying, I want freedom, say I live with ease, my bills are paid, my body is relaxed, my schedule flows. That paints an image the subconscious can obey. Say aloud, now I know what I desire, and I name it. My clarity commands creation. Specificity also aligns you with integrity. When you define your desire clearly, you notice whether it feels right. If a goal feels forced or fearful, it will tighten the body. If it's guided by love, it will expand the heart. Clarity exposes motives and refines them until they match divine will. The law never denies, only redirects. Sometimes when you declare specifically, the result comes in a different form better suited to your good. You ask for $10,000 and instead, a debt of $10,000 is canceled. Same substance, different shape. The law delivered the essence. There's a rhythm to clarity too. Declare, then let it rest. Don't keep rewriting the blueprint in panic. Once you've specified, trust that the cosmic builder is at work. Affirm again gently, I am clear, I am focused. My specific word shapes specific results. Notice how confidence rises when you speak clearly. Ambiguity feels foggy. Clarity feels grounded. That grounded feeling is alignment with truth. Specificity is a sign of readiness. The universe hears clarity as confidence. When you say, I receive $10,000 easily, you are telling life, I am ready to hold this frequency. Vagueness says, I am not sure I can handle it yet. The law always reflects your readiness. If you find it difficult to specify, begin small. Choose one desire, a bill, paid a new client, a peaceful home. Define it, feel it, declare it. Once you see results, your trust in the law will grow. Say it once more with certainty. I receive $9 with divine ease. I name it, I claim it, and I thank it. This practice is not superstition. It is precision. Wealth is mathematical. It responds to clear command. When you give divine law your coordinates, it arranges the journey. Specificity commands clarity, and clarity commands manifestation. When you write your number, you are not limiting the divine, you are partnering with it. You are saying, here's the channel I can believe for. Expand it as you will. Your part is to name. Divine law's part is to fulfill. Declare your number below, I receive $2 with divine ease. Naming your seed gives it power. Beloved soul of abundance, breathe. The breath that enters you is the same breath that moves galaxies into orbit, that whispers life into the seed and light into the dawn. This breath is proof you are not separate from divine supply. You are within it. You are it. Today, we enter the practice of decree where word becomes wealth and speech becomes substance. Florence Scovel Shinn said man's word is his wand. So let us lift our wands of the word now and speak the unseen into form. You will speak these decrees aloud or within your heart. Pause after each and feel the truth ripple through your body like waves moving across still water. I speak the word of wealth, and it is established unto me. I am provided for in divine timing. Every door I need opens at the perfect hour. Every resource I require finds me with ease. Money flows freely to me. It flows through channels seen and unseen. It flows through inspired ideas, through joyful service, through divine surprise. It flows and it flows and it flows. I live in the river of abundance, not the desert of doubt. I live in overflow. I live in divine provision. I am rich in love. I am rich in opportunities. I am rich in favor and peace and golden ideas. The universe knows my name. Prosperity recognizes my vibration. All that is mine by divine right rushes to me now in perfect grace and perfect order. Now let the whisper become a decree. Feel your voice grow in confidence. This is not repetition, this is revelation. I am a millionaire by divine right, not through striving, but through alignment, not through fear, but through faith. I am a millionaire by divine right. Every dollar that blesses me blesses the world. Every investment I make multiplies goodness. Every act of generosity increases my capacity to give. I do not chase, I attract. I do not beg, I command with love. I do not wonder how. I know that divine intelligence arranges all things for my prosperity. Gold dust is in the air around me. Opportunity greets me in the morning light. Ideas of value are born in my mind daily, and I act with clarity and grace. The heartbeat of gratitude. Now slow the rhythm. Let gratitude settle into every cell of your being. Thank you, Infinite Spirit, for every bill already paid. Thank you for the unseen blessings already on their way. Thank you for guiding me into wisdom with money joy, with money freedom, with money. I give thanks for my overflowing bank accounts. I give thanks for my thriving business. I give thanks for unexpected checks in the mail, for divine appointments, for multiplied income streams. Gratitude seals the gate of manifestation. Gratitude says it is done. Return to stillness. Now close your eyes. Place your hand over your heart. Whisper the following words with reverence and certainty. I decree abundance now. I decree that divine supply knows my name. I decree that I live in wealth, peace, and generosity. I decree that I am prosperous in every direction of my life. Breathe deeply once more. Feel the truth echo from your lips into eternity. For every word spoken in faith returns as form. If you felt this power move through you, type, I decree abundance now. Every decree is a seed, but even the most powerful seed cannot take root if it is cast upon the stone of disbelief. The word is the channel. The emotion is the current, and the faith is the headwater. When they align, headwater's current and channel prosperity rushes forth like a river released from its dam. Picture this river. At its source, high in the mountains, pure thought emerges an inspired idea. It flows downward, gathering emotion, joy, gratitude, expectation. Finally, it finds its channel, the spoken word. When all three move as one, nothing can resist their power. There was once a woman named Elise. Each morning, she repeated affirmations: I am wealthy, I am successful, I am abundant. But her heart whispered beneath the words, I don't believe this. Her lips said, I am rich, but her chest said, I am afraid. And so the river could not flow. The headwaters were pure thought, but the emotion was clogged with doubt. The words left her mouth, but they fell without force. One day, after many months of striving, she stopped mid-affirmation and began to weep. Spirit, she said, I want to believe. Help my unbelief. And in that honest surrender, something shifted. She began to feel gratitude for what was already hers: the warm bed, the meals, the laughter of her child. Each thank you became a bridge between her words and her faith. Within weeks, new opportunities began to appear, ones she could feel aligned with. She had found the current. Decrees are not spells of manipulation. They are harmonies between the heart and the universe. When you speak, I am wealthy, it is not to convince the world. It is to remind yourself of truth. You were born from abundance, and your word is the echo of that source. So today, as you speak your affirmations, let your body agree. Let every cell hum in harmony with the decree. Do not rush. Do not force. Feel. Say slowly. My heart and my word are one. My feeling and my decree are one. My faith and my fortune are one. Pause. Sense the alignment forming head, heart, and tongue unified. Your decree becomes creative when emotion ignites it. Emotion is the spark that sets the word aflame. Faith is the wind that carries it to completion. Now imagine standing by that river again. The water moves freely, carrying your words like luminous petals downstream. Each petal bears an affirmation: I am prosperous, I am guided, I am blessed. Watch as they float onward, never hurried, never forced. This is the flow of divine order. When you next speak your decree, remember Elise's tears, her gratitude, her release. Let every word flow from belief, not repetition. For the heart must agree with the tongue before the universe can echo your desire. If you feel harmony returning within, comment, my heart and my word are one. And if you feel this truth touching others, share it. Let the river flow on. There comes a moment, beloved one, when decree must become deed, when the word spoken in faith demands movement. For the universe does not reward those who merely wish, it honors those who obey the whisper of divine guidance. Obedience is the bridge between declaration and demonstration. You have spoken, I am prosperous. You have affirmed, my supply is endless. Now the infinite responds, then act as if it is so. There were once two dreamers alike in faith, but divided in response. One morning, both received the same inner nudge, a quiet idea that shimmered in their minds like morning light upon water. It said, create. The first dreamer hesitated. She thought, it's too soon. I'm not ready. What if I fail? She wrote her affirmations, yet ignored the divine instruction behind them. Days turned to weeks, weeks to months, and the light dimmed, waiting for her obedience. The second dreamer heard the same whisper. Her heart raced, her mind doubted, but her spirit said yes. She moved. She took the first small step. She made the call, sent the message, began the work. And though she didn't yet see the whole path, the next stone appeared as soon as her foot touched the first. That is divine obedience. The path reveals itself to the moving feet. You are like a sailor guided by a lighthouse on a foggy shore. The lighthouse does not show you the entire map, it sends a single beam. Follow that beam and the next will appear. Ignore it and the ship drifts in circles. Divine nudges often arrive as quiet knowing, a thought that won't leave, a name that keeps appearing, a sudden desire to call, to write, to go. This is not random, it is instruction. The decree activates the opportunity, but obedience activates the manifestation. When Spirit speaks, answer quickly. Delay is doubt in disguise. Every time you hesitate, fear grows louder, but every time you act, faith expands. There is a rhythm to manifestation. Speak, believe, move. When you move, you become a co-creator in the divine equation. Your inspired action declares, I trust my word. I trust my source. Obedience is not blind, it is illuminated faith. You may not see the whole staircase, but obedience is taking the first step, knowing God placed it there. I once knew a man named Jerome who decreed prosperity daily. He said all the right words. Money flows to me, I am rich by divine law. I live in overflow. But nothing changed. One morning while praying, he heard within, go visit your old friend. He ignored it, thinking, that has nothing to do with money. Days later, the nudge returned stronger. Finally, he went. His friend introduced him to a business opportunity that doubled his income within a year. Jerome realized his decree had opened the way, but obedience had opened the door. The law of demonstration requires faith followed by motion. Divine ideas are the currency of heaven. You honor them by acting upon them. Sometimes obedience feels uncomfortable. The divine nudge may lead you beyond logic, beyond safety, beyond the known. But remember, your decree rearranges the invisible. By the time guidance arrives, the path has already been prepared. All that is left is your yes. Say this with me now, I act upon divine ideas. I move when Spirit moves me. I am obedient to the light, and my obedience multiplies my blessings. Feel the strength of those words. Obedience is faith in motion. Obedience says, I believe in the unseen provision more than I fear the unknown step. Close your eyes and remember a time you ignored a divine idea, how long it lingered waiting for you to say yes. Now recall a time you followed one and how life opened like a sunrise before you. This is the difference between delay and demonstration. Your wealth, your success, your joy, they stand ready at the edge of your obedience. When Spirit whispers move, do not debate, dance. For every divine nudge carries within it the seed of your next miracle. If you have followed a divine nudge recently, or if one is stirring in your heart, even now, share it. Have you followed a divine nudge recently? Share your story. It may inspire someone's miracle. There is a hidden truth that few understand, beloved one. Many have learned to pray, few have learned to receive. They decree boldly, they affirm passionately. But when abundance arrives disguised as an opportunity, a compliment, a gift, they shrink and say, oh, you shouldn't have. Yet the universe cannot fill hands that remain closed. To receive is to affirm your worthiness. To receive is to agree with heaven's opinion of you. It is not arrogance, it is alignment. Imagine your hands before you now. See them open palms upward, soft receptive. This is the posture of divine wealth. You are not grasping. You are not clutching. You are ready, surrendered, available. You are saying, Spirit, I trust you to send all that is mine by divine right, and I will say yes when it comes. Receiving is not passive. It is a sacred action of gratitude. When you receive a gift with grace, you tell the universe, I am ready for more. Every acceptance multiplies the flow. Every rejection halts it. There was a woman named Leora, known for her given heart. She tithed, she donated, she helped her friends, but her own life remained tight and strained. One day, after a particularly generous offering, a friend offered to pay her rent. Leora refused. No, I can't take that. I'm fine. But she was not fine. She was tired, worried, and secretly wondering why her abundance decrees seemed unanswered. That night in prayer, she heard you give because you love, but you do not receive because you doubt. The words stung with truth. She wept, then whispered, I am ready to receive with grace. The next day, her friend insisted again. This time, she smiled, placed her hand over her heart, and said, Thank you. I receive with gratitude. That small moment broke the dam of resistance. Within a month, her business doubled, unexpected clients found her, and money began to flow again. She had learned the missing half of abundance, the graceful yes. Somewhere deep within, many carry the belief, I must earn it first. But grace is not earned, it is received. Wealth is not proof of labor, it is evidence of alignment. You are worthy because you exist. You are worthy because you are the expression of infinite intelligence and form. The same force that clothes the lilies and feeds the sparrows has chosen to live through you. Would that force desire lack for itself? Never. So when someone blesses you, when an opportunity appears, when the miracle knocks open the door, say yes. Do not question whether you deserve it. You do. You always have. Speak these words softly, slowly, letting them sink deep into the heart. I receive with grace. I receive with gratitude. I am open to all forms of divine supply. I am worthy of wealth, joy, and ease. I allow the universe to delight me. Feel the vibration of those words. Each one untangles an old knot of resistance. Each one widens the channel of flow. Now visualize golden light pouring into your open palms. Liquid love, liquid supply. Let it fill you. Rise through your arms, through your chest, into your heart. See it spreading outward, overflowing into your life, blessing everything you touch. To receive is not to hoard. The more you receive, the more you have to give. You become a channel, a vessel of circulation. Divine substance cannot flow through one who resists it. It delights in the open soul who receives freely and gives joyfully. Receiving and giving are one circle, not two actions. The breath in and the breath out. One cannot exist without the other. So receive the compliment, receive the help, receive the check, the opportunity, the invitation, the surprise. Smile and say, thank you, universe. I see you. Now close your eyes once more. Breathe deeply. Feel your chest rise and fall with calm assurance. Whisper aloud, I receive with grace. I receive the love that is mine. I receive the wealth that is mine. I receive the ease that is mine. I receive the miracles that are already prepared for me. Let gratitude fill your body like warm sunlight. This is the energy of receptivity, soft, steady, powerful. You no longer need to strive. You simply allow. And as you live this truth, life will respond in kind. Doors will open. Blessings will unfold. and you will remember that the universe has always been trying to give to you, if only you would say yes. So say it now, softly but firmly, I receive with grace. Then when you are ready, whisper your gratitude aloud. And if your heart feels full, comment your gratitude below. Beloved soul of infinite potential, the hour has come for you to rise into the identity that has always been yours. For you are not born to scrape and strive, you are born to reign. You are a millionaire by divine right. This is not arrogance, it is remembrance. It is the awakening to your true spiritual inheritance. The child of the infinite cannot be impoverished. Lack is but a passing dream. Wealth is your nature, prosperity, your language, abundance, your birthright. Let us now step into that truth fully mind, word, and spirit, aligned in royal decree. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe deeply. Imagine before you a grand hall of light. Its floor gleams like polished gold, its walls shimmer with divine radiance. At the center stands a throne, not of domination, but of dominion, not over others, but over your own consciousness. Walk toward it. Feel the robe of divine assurance resting upon your shoulders. As you sit upon this throne, you do not become something new. You remember who you have always been. You are the custodian of divine wealth. You are the governor of God's good made visible. You are royalty in the kingdom of supply. Say gently within, I sit upon the throne of abundance. I rule with wisdom, with peace, with generosity. I am the millionaire by divine right. Let these words echo through every chamber of your being. There was a man once named Caleb who struggled endlessly with money. Every month, he repeated the same cycle, work, worry, lack. He prayed, but his prayers were tinted with fear. One night, he dreamed he stood outside a palace with his name inscribed above the door. He wanted to enter, but felt unworthy. A voice from within said, "Why do you stand outside what is already yours?" He awoke, trembling. The next morning, he spoke aloud, "For the first time, I am a millionaire by divine right. My wealth is prepared and waiting for me." He began to act from that consciousness. He no longer begged, he blessed. He stopped saying, "I can't afford it," and began saying, "The divine supply meets this need easily." Within months, opportunities arose, partnerships formed, his income multiplied. It was not coincidence, it was alignment. He had reclaimed the throne of his consciousness. I do not chase, I command. Repeat after me now, slowly, as if each word is a scepter of light. I do not chase. I command. I do not beg. I decree. I do not doubt. I demonstrate. The millionaire mindset does not grasp, it radiates. It speaks with authority, not desperation. It trusts divine timing because it knows the order of heaven is never late. Say this again, I am a millionaire by divine right. Every cell of my being knows it. Every word I speak affirms it. Every action I take expresses it. Now see yourself clothed in the garments of assurance. Your mind is clear. Your heart is generous. Your hands are channels through which divine prosperity flows to bless the world. Wealth is not measured in possessions, but in awareness. When you walk through the world knowing that divine supply moves with you, everything bends to that belief. Doors open, ideas flourish. Money becomes a joyful servant of your divine purpose. To be a millionaire by divine right is to live with sacred stewardship. It is to understand that wealth is the echo of spiritual wholeness. You are not here to hoard riches. You are here to circulate them to prove the law of infinite increase. Each time you give, it multiplies. Each time you bless another's success, it amplifies your own. Each time you invest in your vision, you testify to the abundance that created you. This is divine economics, the law of endless expansion. Now speak this aloud with regal confidence. Let it rise like music through your being. I am a millionaire by divine right. My wealth is divinely ordained, divinely sustained, and divinely expanded. I live in the consciousness of abundance. I give freely, receive joyfully, and bless continuously. I do not chase money. Money serves me as I serve divine purpose. I am clothed in prosperity, crowned with wisdom, and anointed with generosity. Pause. Breathe deeply. Let these words settle like gold dust upon your spirit. You have just spoken the language of dominion, the sound of wealth remembering itself. Now imagine a golden crown descending gently upon your head. It glows with calm majesty, not ego, but grace. It symbolizes mastery over fear, not over others. As it touches you, feel every doubt dissolve. You no longer apologize for your success. You no longer shrink from your greatness. You wear your abundance as service to the world. Say softly, I use my wealth to bless humanity. My riches uplift. My success inspires. My prosperity glorifies the infinite from which it flows. This is the true crown, conscious generosity. It is the law of divine reciprocity. As you lift others, you rise higher still. Now rise from the throne within your imagination. Walk once more through that hall of light. You do not leave your throne behind, you carry it within you. Everywhere you go, you walk as divine royalty. Every bill you pay, every transaction you make, every conversation about money becomes holy ground. For you have remembered that money is not material, it is spiritual power in motion. It is the visible proof of invisible faith. Smile now, because you are free. You no longer strive for wealth, you live from wealth. You no longer search for opportunity, you emanate it. Speak this final decree aloud. I am a millionaire by divine right. I am divinely guided in all financial decisions. My wealth is infinite in nature and unstoppable in expression. I walk in grace, I give in love, I receive in joy. My word is law, and my law is abundance. Breathe. You have stepped fully into your divine inheritance. The consciousness of prosperity is now your constant companion. Now, if your spirit feels expanded, if your heart feels royal and radiant, speak this to the world, I am a millionaire by divine right. Then share this decree, let the world echo abundance through you. And now, beloved, we arrive at the holy close. The circle is complete. The word has been spoken, the faith ignited, the obedience walked, the gift received. You stand now at the summit of manifestation where decree becomes demonstration and demonstration becomes devotion. Take a slow breath. Feel the stillness behind the sound, the peace beyond the practice. All that you have affirmed is alive, vibrating, moving through unseen corridors to reach you in divine order. For it is written, my word shall not return unto me void, but it shall accomplish that which I please. Every decree you have spoken, every I am uttered in faith, has become a seed of light in the fertile soil of the infinite. Nothing spoken in truth is ever lost. It may appear to vanish beneath the surface, but beneath that silence, it is germinating, expanding, preparing for its glorious bloom. Close your eyes for a moment and see it now, a golden field stretching endlessly beneath the morning sun. Each stalk of wheat gleams with promise. Each one is a word you have sown, prosperity, peace, joy, wealth, divine timing. You walk through this field with reverence, brushing your fingers against the grain. The harvest is not coming, it is. You whisper, "My word has returned, fulfilled." And the wind answers, "It is so." There is no failure in divine law. There is only gestation. What you spoke yesterday is growing today. What you decree today will flourish tomorrow. You need not toil. You need not doubt the law works by its own sacred rhythm. Just as no gardener stands over the seed and demands proof of growth, so must you trust your decrees in the unseen soil. Rest in the certainty that your word is alive. It is moving through minds, through circumstances, through divine connections, assembling the perfect good for you. When Florence, Scovel, Shinn declared infinite spirit opened the way for my immediate supply, she did not wonder if it would come. She gave thanks that it already had. That is the rhythm of divine demonstration. Speak, release, rest, receive. Imagine rain now falling softly over that golden field. Each drop is grace, divine substance nourishing your words. The rain does not strain to fall. It simply yields to gravity, fulfilling its purpose. And so must you yield to faith. Your decrees are complete. You have spoken, you have felt, you have moved, you have received. Now your task is rest, not the rest of inactivity, but of assurance. It is the sacred stillness that says, "It is done." When you rest in faith, the law fulfills itself. The unseen rain becomes the visible harvest. Remember the 4 pillars of your divine demonstration. Declare. Speak your word with conviction, knowing it shapes reality. Rest. Trust the law to act without your interference. Obey. Move when divine guidance whispers, for obedience is faith in motion. Receive. Open your heart and hands. Let supply arrive in its chosen form. When these 4 act in harmony, heaven and earth conspire for your good. They are the rhythm of abundance, the heartbeat of manifestation. Now let us seal this journey in light. Place your hand upon your heart and whisper, "My word shall not return void." It goes forth now to accomplish that which I have spoken. Every decree is fulfilled in perfect time and perfect way. Divine order governs my life. Divine supply sustains me. Divine love surrounds me. Divine success expresses through me. Pause. Feel the sacred silence after each phrase. This is the silence of completion, the soundless amen that vibrates through creation. Now envision the words you have spoken taking flight like radiant doves. They soar outward, carrying your decrees into the vastness of divine intelligence. You do not chase them. You bless them. You watch them circle once more and descend back to you, their wings shimmering with fulfillment. Each dove lands gently before you, bearing gifts. One carries peace, another wealth, another joy, another opportunity, another miracle. You smile through tears of recognition. These are the echoes of your own words returning home, transformed into form. You whisper softly, "It is done, it is done, it is done." From this moment forward, every word you speak is a decree. You no longer use idle phrases or speak of lack. You speak as one who knows their word is law. You affirm with precision, bless with intention, and rest with confidence. You have become a living embodiment of divine command. You no longer look to the world for proof. The world now reflects your vibration. You decree it, and it appears. You speak it, and it unfolds. You bless it, and it multiplies. This is your divine authority, the mastery of the creative word. Now let your breathing slow. The music fades into stillness, the light softens. You rest upon the inner altar of faith. In this silence, there's no asking, only knowing. No reaching, only resting. You are held by the very presence that spoke the stars into being. You are sustained by the same law that turns invisible thought into visible form. You are safe. You are wealthy. You are whole. Let us close this sacred practice together. Infinite Spirit, I thank you. My word is alive. My faith is strong. My good is manifesting now. I rest in divine certainty. I rejoice in divine timing. I am the living proof that the word does not return void. I speak, and it is done. I trust, and it appears. I give thanks, and it multiplies. Now take one final deep breath. Release it with a quiet smile. As you open your eyes to the world again, you carry this truth within you. You are the living decree. Your every word is a key that unlocks abundance. Your every thought is a command written upon the fabric of the universe. You are the master of manifestation, the heir of divine wealth, the living echo of creative law. Your word shall not return void ever. It goes forth and it prospers in the thing whereto you have sent it. And now, with full faith and serene joy, whisper the final seal, it is done. If your spirit feels that holy completion type, it is done. And share this message with every heir of divine abundance. You know, for their word too awaits its return in gold and glory.